And we're live.
We love.
We live, boys.
Live. All right. Previously, we found our heroes meeting each other for the first time, all under the employment of a stranger named Gideon, who hired the three of them to escort a carriage filled with precious cargo, as he put it, um, into the city. He had explained that there was some sort of dispute between himself and the guards that he had hired to get the carriage the rest of the way there. Um, and he needed you guys to take over and guard the carriage until it arrived at the city of Respite. You went out, found the situation was a little bit dire, with one of the guards dead and one of the guards heavily wounded. You were quickly surrounded by orcish raiders, and your exfil was covered by not only the former guard that you met, but also seemingly her partner, who was still alive and providing overwatch. You guys headed back to Respite in a chase, a race against these raiders, with several of them coming up on either side of you on horses that they stole, giant boars, and even weaponized rhinoceroses. Um, you guys fought them off handily, noticing that several of the weapons seemed to be enchanted by someone a little bit more sophisticated than the orcish raiders. The sign of a rhombus with or bisected by a shepherd's hook found on many of the weapons. Um, you guys successfully fought off the attackers and noticed that riders coming from the city were engaging any chasers that you had also acquired to make sure that your exfil to the city was complete and no longer hindered. Gideon met you at one of the freight elevators along the sides of the mesa that the city is built on, and oh, goodbye. And met you guys down there, escorted you guys back up, and then aided you with the escort from the elevator, which essentially is the city gates, um, all the way across town to Momin's Watering, where you had previously met up. Um, he sat you guys down, treated you to a hard-earned meal, and then doubled what he was originally going to pay each of you. He said that as long as you were in town, if you needed to stay, that you would have a place at Momin's, that he had already arranged it. Um, and you guys sat down and celebrated a job gone wrong. And now, Katya,
Yes.
you find yourself in a dark space. There's no light. You're seemingly floating. And it's so dark that you can't even see yourself. You have your hand right in front of your face, and your skin is incredibly pale. You should be able to see a little bit of yourself, but there is absolutely no ambient light whatsoever in this space. You look around, and you just start spinning in the air. And then out of nowhere, you are blinded. Blinding, pale, grayish light as you are floating in front of a moon. Specifically, the smaller moon that appeared in the sky about 5 years ago on the material plane. You stare at it, and you find that you cannot move. And you feel something wrapping itself around your leg. Something is coiling up your leg, around your waist, up your torso. You feel something else coiling around your left arm, your right arm. And then around your neck. And then you feel as it pushes its way through the back of your neck, up through your brain stem, and starts constricting your brain. You are meted with the worst pain that you, who are no stranger to pain, have ever experienced. But you can't move, and you can't scream. You feel as your eyes are pushed from within your skull, on the verge of popping out of your skull. As the moonlight gets brighter and brighter and brighter. And then you wake up. You emerge either from slumber or a meditation, however you want to rest, in your room at Moments. Early morning is coming in through the window, and you realize, yes, hello. You realize that it is early morning. You recognize, at this point, you've been in this region for a little while now, but you recognize the kind of orangish morning that usually takes place in this vale. You also realize that it is very quickly getting dark, and the winds are starting to pick up as very, very rapidly rust-colored winds start hammering at the walls and the windows. You hear a little bit of commotion downstairs as fairly commonly people will seek shelter wherever possible when a redout does arrive at the city. Pretty standard morning. Would you like to stay in your room for a while, or?
Yeah, I'm gonna gather myself and slowly start getting ready. And, it's like clench my fingers and toes and make sure I'm still me, make sure I still have my surroundings, and I'll slowly just, get up, do my makeup, brush my hair. If there's a shower or a lavatory or anything, or a sink or something, I don't know.
There is a section of the room that is curtained off, and you do see a drain in the room. there is a bucket next to the drain that has water in it. That's close as a shower as Moments is capable of providing. Now the water is warm. It is warm. You're not sure particularly how, but there is a little bit of steam coming up from the bucket.
Is it one of those like sitting showers where like you just like sit down like sponge bath yourself or whatever?
Yeah, more or less.
Yeah. I'll just sit in that and just dissociate for a while and think about touching this mundane water, and I'll just eventually just nod and I'll just press the digitation, everything. Nighttime sweat, nighttime anything, and just get ready. And yeah, I can't do it. I'll just get ready and just,
Okay. You
shake off
prepare
whatever
yourself. You
nerves
put
I
on your
have.
face. You put on your face, and you exit your room. You are on the third floor of Moments at the current time. As you're going downstairs, you bump into Absalom, who's also walking downstairs.
Morning. Yeah, as I see Absalom and I pass the lobster man, I'll just side eye him like everything's fine. Say, good morning.
Oh, did we long rest?
Yeah, we're long rested. This is the next morning afterwards.
I wasn't sure. I mean, I was sitting at 11 HP, so it's good to know.
I got all my resources back. Oh, interesting. It tells everyone.
Oh, I don't know where the resources tab is. I'll find it one day.
Combat spells, inventory, features, traits. I seem to have... Well, I changed my sheet settings to simplified. So that helps me have everything.
I only see two layouts, and that's standard and compact.
Yeah, compact, I'm sorry. That's the one I use.
I have compact.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with 2024 sheet, but everything seems in order. What's your passive insight, Mr. Absalom?
It's telling me 14.
Okay, wow. Very insightful. I guess you notice that she's like visibly shaken, but trying to keep it together.
Morning.
Good morning.
It's a good day to not be broke.
Up until the dust winds have picked up.
Yes.
Slept well?
Such winds.
You slept well?
Indeed.
Good. That makes one of us. I feel I must report at some point to the library and to talk to my companion. But I suppose they can wait after breakfast.
Yeah.
He's fine. He's not very good at keeping time anyway.
That's fair.
I guess as we're walking, we'll head on down.
Okay. You do have a table already kind of ready for you where Nocturne is currently sitting. You notice that there's a little bit of dust around the door as people were coming in from the red out. And by now, as quickly as it came on, you hear the winds die down and the dust outside start to settle. Some of the people who look a little bit worse for wear return to the outside, coughing, pulling their red scarves down and kind of shaking them out. But you guys do sit down next to Nocturne. H very, very rapidly moves over to your table and says, "Good morning, guests. What can I serve for you today?"
Tea, black, a croissant.
Nods at you. Looks over to Nocturne.
I will have a cup of orange juice and pancakes, please.
Nods. Turns over to Absalom.
Hash browns.
Hell
Water.
Nods. Says, "That will be right up." And then turns around and then disappears into the back behind the bar. You do see Momin is at the bar. He is... There's not a lot of people at the bar. Not a whole lot of day drinkers, especially at around 8 in the morning. So he's just kind of leaning up against the bar. Looks like he's trimming his fingernails or something along those lines. But he's taking a little bit of a break. You watch as he reaches underneath the bar, pulls out some sort of biscuit, and then starts eating the biscuit.
Morning,
At this
Nocturne.
point,
Oh, sorry. We didn't
Go
even say good morning, Nocturne. We just sat down. Good morning, Nocturne. You slept well?
Morning. I don't sleep, sadly.
You don't sleep.
No, I just lie there and look at the ceiling. Kind of like a trance. I am an elf.
I understand we use the word sleep colloquially, but I understand. Sorry, you rested well, I presume.
Yes.
Good.
Did you?
Absolutely not. I'm not used to these beds. But I made do with what I had. Probably will continue sleeping in the Ethereum. It's much quieter there. But we shall see. Also, DM, does Ethereum charge?
What's that?
Does Ethereum charge for housing scholars or no?
Typically, no.
Mhm.
The Ethereum really, they understand that a lot of people are traveling through and not going to make a permanent residence of it. So they do have basically a built-in hostel for those people, um, just for like specifically for traveling scholars, and
Mhm.
that's where you've been bunking up recently.
Are those sectioned off, like room by room, or is it just like, a million bunk beds in one long room?
No, they have. They're small, but they do have rooms.
Okay.
Um, Very much so. You walk in and there is just a bed, and it's like a 6 by 10 room with a desk. It's not very functional, other than for sleeping. Um,
Right, right.
but they do have room.
I'll just say that. At some point, I do have to report back to the library and speak with my companion. Yesterday's battle, well, job, had me rethinking a few things, changing my priorities. Especially if this is going to be our line of work for the foreseeable future. I'm gonna have to make some preparations. Mostly what I've been thinking of all night. You all handled yourselves pretty well, myself less so. And I think I need to fix this.
You
She like,
said fix?
sorry, I was saying she's like looking. If there's a window, she's like staring out the window the whole time while she's talking.
Yeah, there's a window. You guys aren't super close to it, but there's a window probably 25 feet away from you.
Also, a cat just suddenly not appears, but just like literally comes from nowhere and like hops on Katya's lap, and she's absentmindedly petting her. Every yawn is a split jaw with several tentacles coming out, but
Nice.
it comes back out into a regular cat. Go on, you were trying to say something.
I was just, you said fix?
Yes, well, like I said, you two were proved a little more capable in combat than I did. One of those axes was enough to damage me greatly, and I feel I'm going to have to prepare better, especially if we're going to be fighting, getting my hands dirty.
Well, I wouldn't say I did well. Absalom here took most of the beating. And I just fought from the shadows.
I'm a Malakostri.
What?
What's that?
Well, hopefully, we are no longer of the broke, and perhaps we can work together more.
I'm fine with this. I'm going to have to begin a few projects. I feel like some of my magical capabilities would help the two of you, So I'll be working on a few things. And in turn, I will work on myself a little bit. For this, I need supplies. You too. It's been... You've been here for longer than a week. Much like me. I assume you know if there's some kind of general store or a magic shop or something.
I just walked into town before the previous readout. I
No.
have no idea. Moment can know better.
Fair enough.
Perhaps we can work. He said, we can basically like kind of reiterating, but we can avoid the. He raises both of his hands and does like what's the fucking word? It was like hand shimmies where you like put your
Jazz
hand in the
hands?
air and jazz hands. He's like avoid the never-ending drown.
I'm curious about this. You're never ever drowning, Absalom. Is this something that manifests in your dreams, or... I see. Dreams have power. Dreams tell us things. What do you see? An endless ocean?
Yes. Sometimes a big thing.
A what?
A big thing.
Mm.
Her attention goes and draws to you. Go on.
The reason why I say it is a big thing and not assume, because it is literally a thing I cannot. It is too big to perceive. It's just a giant wall of scales.
Skills, you say? It seems there must be some kind of eldritch deity, or you just see Nocturne just go really his eyes start to daze out, and he's just like, maybe some eldritch deity, maybe some Cthulhu like, maybe. Do you worship anything?
No.
Your kinfolk, do they worship anything?
I believe they did.
They did. Your people worshipped Ruiatana and her Nakahiatwa.
Oh goodness, sorry.
I ain't gonna pronounce that, man. That's
Not
Isn't-
these again.
Isn't that one of the sea dragons that we met in campaign 2?
Yep.
Katya wouldn't know. Absolutely would not know.
And I'll ask once we do get that if I have heard of these or.
Roll a religion check.
Absolutely.
First roll of the day.
we have the power of roll 20 now.
Tower of roll 20.
17. Is that how you pronounce it?
Ruiatana and Nakahi Atua.
Rewiwatana.
Nice accent.
At this point, there's like hushed conversation around the um around the bar this early in the morning. But the doors do open, and a lot of that hushed conversation gets even more hushed. Your attention is brought to a figure, predominantly shiny silver armor with gold accents, a white cloak. You see, standing probably 6.5 feet tall, if not a little bit more, clad in full plate, an orcish gentleman. Similar but also dissimilar to the orcs that you fought yesterday, whereas they were more wild, more not necessarily feral, but less sophisticated. Um, they, when you were fighting these orcs, they had a protruding lower jaw and a hunched appearance. This orc that you can tell is full-blooded orc is very upright. The jaw is retracted just a little bit. His posture is so good, he's almost leaning backwards. But he walks in, the doors close behind him, and he doesn't look around. He is just staring at one particular table where you see a few people sitting. You see there are 3 people sitting down. 2 of them appear to be human. All 3 of them are wearing brown dusters with red bandanas around their neck. They seem to have dyed red leather armor underneath the dusters, and they look a little bit dirtier than a lot of the other folks. One of them, in particular, is... Let me pull up my notes. Oh god, no, I should have this prepared.
Make it up.
Is a copper dragonborn.
Big copper.
Copper dragonborn. Female by the looks of it. And a lot of people just get dead quiet. The heavily armored orc approaches the table, and the dragonborn stands up. The orcish, heavily armored man says, "Vrida." And the copper dragonborn says, "Urgag, to what do we owe the pleasure?" He says, "That was a little showy yesterday, don't you think?" "I don't know what you're referring to."
What would you be referring to? And he says, the manner in which you operate usually does not fall under my purview. She goes, well, the manner of which I operate is not supposed to fall under your purview, as I do not report to you, Commander. The last I checked, respite in the Vale at large was a neutral zone. No factions controlled anything. That's what your organization promotes, isn't it? Everybody's free here. We don't serve any sort of mortal mandate. Correct? That is what you preach, right? Careful, Frida. I like you. Just keep in mind where everything stands. She folds her arms and kind of leans, takes a step back and leans a little back. She goes, where is that? Where do we stand? Because last I could tell, we didn't have jurisdictions. Right? Because jurisdictions indicates factionization. And factionization is against the order. Right? He stares daggers into her. Says, vying for favor through the people, through blatant and flashy acts such as yesterday. She says, oh, I'm sorry, riding out to defend a carriage inbound chased by your people, right? I mean, those were orcs, right? You are an orc. No association therein? No, hey, cause some upset so that we can clamp down further? This Commander Urgog has kind of greenish gray, dark greenish gray skin. Like, if you've ever seen one of those green Tacomas on the road, it's kind of around that sage green. Starts to get violently red. And at that point, H walks out with your breakfast and says, excuse me, esteemed guests, there is no fighting at Moments. There is one rule at Moments, and it is no fighting on the premises. If you are going to exchange blows, please take it outside. Thank you. And then comes over to your table, sits all your food down, and then turns and stands kind of equidistant in between them. One of this Vrita characters, one of her soldiers is immediately like underneath where H is standing, and it's just kind of like there's a lot of tension in front of him, and then there's a 8-foot robot behind him. So he kind of looks eternally uncomfortable. And Urgog says, enjoy your breakfast, Frida. Turns around and walks out of the bar. as soon as the doors swing closed behind him, probably 3, 4 people in the bar cheer very briefly. One of them makes faces at the door, and Frida sits down, and H goes back to his job.
Mm, did any of them, the orc or the dragonborn, did any of them have the same kind of do they have any kind of symbolism or anything that could relate to that? Yeah.
Yeah, roll a perception check.
To that the equilibrium, adherence to the equilibrium, blah blah blah.
Okay, so Urgog was dressed up very, very, exactly like the adherence to equilibrium that you've dealt with before. The incident at the funeral that you witnessed.
Yeah.
He is wearing the same exact armor, if not a little bit more ornate, indicating that that in her statement, her addressing him as commander, he's probably a higher up within the actual adherence to equilibrium order. Um, Based on her outfit, and based on the similarity of outfits that you saw yesterday and that you've seen while you've been in town, you would say that Vrida is a member of the Rangers of the Red Waste.
Okay.
You know, because you've been in town probably a little bit longer than everybody else, ever so slightly. You know that there is a violent, violent without actually coming to blows, rivalry throughout the entire Vale between the adherence to equilibrium and the Rangers of the Red Waste. And support, from what you could tell, especially at that funeral, support for the adherence has kind of waned a little bit, and support for the Rangers has increased a little bit as well.
Okay. Okay. And for the Rangers, it went up support, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, you know, from being here, that the Rangers of the Red Waste typically keep to the wilds. Um, they will come into the cities just because, you know, they gotta eat, they gotta resupply, the whole shebang.
Yeah.
The fact that they rode out from the city and not from the wilds, uh, indicates that they were defending the city, which, from what you've witnessed, the adherence to equilibrium kind of view that as their responsibility.
Okay. Sorry, I'm keeping notes this time because okay. All right. I'll go I'll tell just in case if you guys don't know, that orc seemed to be a higher up in some, I don't understand, a faction. I don't know. Some club membership, Costco. I don't know. Uh,
What is a Costco?
I don't know. but that double chocolate cookie seems to be good. There.
Cookies, you say?
If you guys don't know that meme, I gotta send it. Call the adherents to the equilibrium, but they seem to be some kind of, lack of a better term, stuck-up parole officers. At least some of them are. And then we have the Rangers.
Enforcers.
Enforcers. I don't privy. I don't know. I just came into town and that happened. And then we have the Rangers, and I don't know much about them yet, but she helped us, and apparently, I don't know. Well, perhaps we should thank her.
I agree.
I will get up.
What, now? In the middle of breakfast?
Oh, I will sit back down.
Finish your food, you pig. The cat's gonna eye his
Right.
breakfast.
And then you just see Nocturne get his straw and then pick up some of the pulp from in the juice and like put it on the side of his plate.
If I look over, are they the Red Rangers eating?
Yeah.
Okay.
They seem to be eating very, very hearty food. They have like stews, like thick stews that are in front of them, a little bit of jerky, um, that sort of thing. Stuff that's going to stay in their system for a while, because who knows when they're going to eat the next time.
We can go talk to them after we finish breakfast. But I too would like to thank them. And do you two know if... Well, actually, we kind of sort of time skip. Do we know if like Gideon's gonna meet us back here or no?
No idea.
Okay.
He just kind of said thank you. You got a place here, and then came and like went into the back. You have not seen him since.
Okay.
Well,
I suppose at some point we'll talk to Mom and see if we can get contact with Gideon again.
Yes.
yes.
These wastes prove rougher than I anticipated. I feel we need to prepare better. And that requires more money. It looks to Absalom.
Yes. Money is the blood.
True words, money is the blood. Eats her croissant.
If I would like to analyze the room and see if I may kind of like retroactively do it, if there were any individuals that were watching that conversation between the ranger and that Heron's guy a little more closely. If I have to roll perception again, I definitely will. If I have to.
Yeah.
Wait, I get a +4. Yes. Um, so that 17 would have been better. 12.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
You get an additional +4 on top of your modifiers.
Yes.
Crazy. I think you can manually add that.
It was being I had to customly add everything because I don't
No,
have none of the books.
I got you. I think if you hit like the cogwheel on top of skills, you could just you could just add it. Yeah, like other bonus.
What were you checking for again?
What?
He said anyone else that was listening in on that conversation.
Gotcha.
Yeah, if like everybody was like really like watching that or
The whole bar.
Yeah.
The whole bar was watching. They. That's very much like a probably a regular thing here. It's just the adherents shitting on the red waste, or the under the red waste, and then vice versa. Um, so you can tell kind of that it's um fairly regular events. But yeah, everybody was paying attention. Everybody was kind of. Some people looked a little bit more eager for a fight than others, um, but yeah, nobody wasn't paying attention.
okay. I have a perception too. Sweet. Okay. I will then, if I would like before, if I finish before everybody, I'll kind of lighten the mood or change it into like just start cranking it again. Just whip out the hurdy-gurdy and
Crank it.
just, just start cranking it and you just start playing it.
Roll a performance check.
This is a
Oh,
public establishment, man. Why are you cranking?
absolutely.
It's public, bro.
God damn.
By the way, Migs, real quick.
Yes.
Fucking. I played this episode. I played the last episode, like, while we are cleaning, me and Angel. And Angel bust the fuck out laughing. And when you pulled it out in the elevator and started cranking it, it was the funniest shit in the fucking world.
Oh, like you like my wood? Look, it's like skulls on it. Absalom's like, what? Take my strong hand.
Oh my god, that's the funniest shit. Alright, go on, sorry. At this point,
Yeah,
Kato will listen intently to this silly instrument that she's never seen before. Watch how you play it.
Well, I will ask you something to the DM because I don't know if we ever did. The hurdy-gurdy, is it a known instrument or is it like?
it's fairly niche,
Okay.
especially in these
You're
parts.
just cranking it.
Just
So you will see just we take out what appears to be a violin at first from the back of my cloak. And you see it kind of like there's like little bits of raven feathers fall out from the back of the cloak. As I whip it out, there's some white skulls painted on it, and the wood is painted black. The edges have gold trimming to it. And as I set it on my lap, I kneel, like I cross my right leg, and I put it on my lap, and I just start grinding start spinning the lever, whatever it's called, and then I start pressing with my other hand the buttons that emit this noise.
I'm just watching and like dissecting it in my brain how it works as you're playing, but I'm staying quiet.
A lot of attention has been grabbed by Nocturne cranking it in the middle of the tavern.
Yeah, man, it's weird in public. I'm telling you, there's laws against this.
In particular, Vrita kind of looks over, cocks her head a little bit, stands up and approaches you guys.
Damn, man, this is what happens when people start cranking it in public. It's public disturbance.
Once they approach the table, I will put my hand on top of it and stop playing it. Out of respect to listen to what they approach us with.
He walks up and says, "You three were on that carriage yesterday."
And you are the one who helped us.
She looks at you, looks at the weird instrument that you've elected to choose for your character, and does a double take towards Absalom, kind of cocks her head a little bit, looks over at Katya.
I'll eventually make eye contact, and so will the cat.
Looks at the cat, and she goes, "Well, don't get into a habit of that. Apparently, we're not allowed to help people within sightline of the city. So, I'm Frida. I'm a lieutenant in the Rangers of the Raid Waste. Typically, I patrol around Respite. If you ever need any help, let us know."
Kachi and Absalom, you hear in your mind, watch her for me. You know, like watch her like body language. And I go, Frida, you say, thank you again, and you said you're a lieutenant of the Rangers?
I am.
And that you are usually around Respite?
My detachment is, yes.
I see. And
We are currently in town getting supplies. We had just showed up to town yesterday when we saw the fiasco that you were in.
that, can I insight check if she's being honest that she just showed up as soon as we came into town?
Yeah, of course.
God damn it.
Nothing on her face or in her body language seems to disagree with her words. And she doesn't seem like she has a reason to lie to you.
Well, it's quite fortunate that you showed up just on time and helped us.
It is fortunate. It is fortunate indeed. Because, from what I saw, there were no adherents around, so if those raiders wanted to, they could have just followed you to the elevator, cornered you, and then had their way. So it is a good thing that we were here.
Is that normal?
To...
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that normally not the case? Is there usually nobody to defend this town from outside raiders?
From time to time, a lot of the importation exportation companies do have hired guards that will watch the elevators, but usually only for to defend the products of the company that they work for. Um, you don't typically get too many. The adherents used to guard the city, the outside of the city, but that hasn't been the case for a little while.
Why is that?
She kind of looks around the bar real quick and she goes, they're having recruitment issues. She says,
Ooh.
their numbers have been dwindling a little bit. In fact, the reason why there are as many as there are in respite is they've actually pulled out of the other towns significantly. It's hard to maintain equilibrium if you don't have enough people to cover the entire Vale, so they're focusing on respite. Um, especially since, especially, she kind of sighs a little bit and she goes, fuck it, why not? Especially since the Sisterhood moved into Vraco Keep.
Rocco keep.
Vraco Keep.
Rocco keep.
She says, especially since then, it's there's a lot of pressure on Urgog to maintain the peace, to maintain the neutrality, while the people who run the they are rather preoccupied, I guess, doing other things. As much as I disagree with him, Urgog is a busy man and he does mean well. And he's been under a lot of stress lately.
Understandable if he's keeping track of a handful of towns besides Respite, but this Sisterhood, is this the name of the raiders that were chasing after us?
No, no. Those I'm sure were just some orcish band that normally raids Airedale or Bone Meadow.
I don't know. They had the symbol of a rompus and a shepherd's hook. Does that strike anything to you?
She cocks her head and she goes, no, usually they don't have symbols.
Indeed, many of their weapons did.
All of them did.
West of this town is about an hour's west. There's quite a pile of bodies where we had encountered this carriage. Most of the weapons had this symbol on it, and I can tell you from first hand that it is an enchantment for these weapons to do more damage than they should.
Ah, yes, the boy.
He looks incredibly concerned. She says, Alec, Brendan, and the two humans that were with her. She goes, Very mounts. she turns around and she says, turns to one and she goes, right out to Stone's Throw. Turns to the other, right out to Airedale. All right out to Bone Meadow. Everyone has to know. Okay? Someone is enchanting the weapons of at least one orcish raiding party. We need to find out who, and we need to stop them right now. If someone is weaponizing the raiders against us, we need to know who, and we need to shut that shit down pronto. Is that understood? And both of them nod, and then stand at attention and put their fist over their chest. She goes, stop, no, stop. Who started this shit? Okay, just go. Right out, let them know. Speak with whatever lieutenant is closest to you. But these people have to know. Do not get caught. But ride with haste. And they both nod and then hurriedly walk out the door. She comes back to your table and says, thank you for the information. If we find out anything, we'll definitely let you know. But
Thank you, I'm quite curious. I'm sorry, is enchanting items forbidden here?
no, not quite the contrary, but enchantments require money and materials that orcish raiders do not possess. Meaning someone is allying themselves with the raiders and funding them.
Also get a domain from Squarespace.
And those raiders are attacking people on the road.
Or hiring them?
Or hiring them. Either way, this is not good. This is not okay. I'm not okay with this. But
I'm sorry, follow-up
You said-
question. You're quite knowledgeable with these raiders. Forgive me, I'm but a tourist here. This does concern me, as our lives were in danger. There was a lot of them yesterday. There were dozens of them chasing us. So first, I will commend you on your bravery and meeting them head on. You and your army, so to speak, have done us a great boon. So thank you for this. I'm glad to help you in whatever way you need.
appreciate that. You see her eyes are kind of darting around.
Is it typical that they band together as such in such high numbers?
Not out of the ordinary. Now, for a lot of them to be together all at once, a normal raiding party for any of the Orcish tribes that do populate here, which there are only probably 2 or 3. A normal raiding party is about maybe 20. They typically keep fairly light. It looks like you had the whole damn tribe on you when we rode out. So I'm not sure exactly why so many of them were out there, or I gotta talk to some of the other lieutenants and get answers, because that's concerning me. Now, there also are a few. You didn't see any goblins with them, did you?
I did not recall any goblins, only orcs.
Bugbears, hobgoblins, no offense, Momin. And you hear, none taken.
No, only to my knowledge of it, it's only orcs.
Okay.
They have more in the ranks.
She says. And what was the symbol again?
I can draw it out on a piece of paper if provided, or like a napkin or something like that.
There are napkins at the table.
Yeah. I do have a calligrapher's kit, so I'll just whip out a very elegant quill and I'll just draw it as such.
Okay. She looks at it and goes, okay. Thank you very much. I need to catch up with the two men I just sent out and show them the symbol as well so they know what to tell the other lieutenants. Thank you for the information.
Of course. What is more concerning is the make of these weapons is very crude, unrefined. Terrible, terrible make, but this symbol, this enchantment it betrays that, so this is of course in line with it being enchanted by an outside source, not from within, from what I can surmise. The skill of craftsmanship does not match the skill of the enchantment.
Very correct. Yes. She says, yeah, that's not good. Okay. Thank you for the information. If I see you again, I'll let you know what I find. If you see me again, let me know what you find. But not good. She goes, moment, always a pleasure. H holds out a thumbs up. H sets down a plate that he's carrying on the bar, and then returns the thumbs up to her. She goes, hold my spot, and then she runs, not like full tilt boogie, but like jogs out of the building.
Hopefully we won't have to encounter them again. I have a feeling we will. The orcs, I mean. She seemed nice.
Well, perhaps we can find more information in this library of yours.
Perhaps. You will accompany me then.
As I've said, I am a wanderer. I go where I can find more knowledge and more information. So yes, I will accompany you.
As well. I must read.
Fair enough. To reading we shall go. And I guess we'll finish off our breakfast.
Excuse me.
And you'll notice that Katsu's eating quite slowly.
I will send out my raven in the sky and follow Vrida stealthily if I can, and see where she's going.
Okay. Roll a stealth check on behalf of your raven.
Okay. It's a raven stat sheet.
Yeah, all I gotta say is thank God I don't have a familiar. That sounds miserable.
I think it shares the same, because it's not a familiar. 6.
Yeah.
Well, it has a. Let me see. Let me read the subclass real quick. I get. I think I get a D4. An 8.
Okay. You follow Frida for quite some time. Occasionally she'll look up, look a little weirded out, and then cool. Get a little weirded out, but it doesn't seem like she thinks that anything's really amiss, just like, what's that bird doing? That sort of thing. How far can you maintain the connection with your bird?
The familiar from the Find Familiar spell is 120 feet. But I don't know what this
100
is.
feet.
It's 100.
So I'll wait until 99 feet, and I'll just see if I can find like a perch where I could like high in the city and see from far.
Okay.
And if I need to.
Yeah, you perch up, and you kind of maintain eyes on her, and yeah, she heads instead of the way that you guys normally have been heading towards the west gate. She heads towards the east gate, east elevators, and you see that yeah, she pretty much makes a straight line. Like her subordinates that she was eating with didn't seem to have the same meaning of haste that she did. So she caught up with them very quickly and then quickly turned and went towards the south gate. And you kind of watch as she ventures down there towards one of the elevators. She doesn't seem to go anywhere else or have any sort of alternative mission. She just looks like she's getting the hell out of Dodge.
Okay. And I'll just have it go back to me. Oh, actually, if I can, well, I'll have it go back to me, but I'll try to see while it's coming back. This is all passive, of course. If I can see Urgog while it's coming back to me.
You don't.
Okay.
He would probably. It looks like he's probably in a different area of the city.
Okay.
Well, if we have finished eating. I'll eventually,
Yes.
if we're done
Okay.
eating, I'll go up to Moment. And I'll just approach him and stare at him. Say, Mr. Moment, might you know when the next time Gideon will be returning?
He looks at you and says, he doesn't typically give me his schedule.
Okay. Do you know where he frequents besides here? Should we have need for work?
He says, I've known Gideon a long time now. And he kind of just comes and goes. It's hard to get a hold of him when you need to, but easy to get a hold of him when he needs to get a hold of you, if that makes any sense.
How convenient. Fair enough. Thank you. And thank you for the food.
Of course. It's paid for.
I'll head back over to the table and pick my bag up. See. Well, whenever you two are ready. Unless you feel like cranking it a little more.
No.
No, just a little bit of cranking is enough for you.
Let's get one out real quick. Okay, to the library then.
Library. Okay. So, you guys finish up your food, leave, head across town to the Eravath Athenium. On your way there, you head through the unofficial town square. That large fountain where a lot of people get their water. And you see some of the adherents just standing watch, standing guard, making sure nobody does anything untoward, like pooping in the water or something like that. Oh, excuse me.
You stop that. It's too early for that.
It is too early for that. You watch as most of them are just kind of scattered through the crowd, just keeping an eye on. There is a group of them, about 5, they have their helmets off. They seem to be laughing, joking around. Just kind of, situations handled, we're keeping an eye out, but cracking a few jokes, relieving some tension, that sort of deal. Who's got the highest passive perception of the 3 of you?
Probably
I have a
me.
I have a 17.
17. Okay.
I have 14.
14.
Where'd my passive go? Perception 12. Oh wow, I have the lowest.
All right.
Oh yeah, Ben, what is my dark vision range? Is it 30 or 60?
60.
Alright. I figured it was that, just wasn't sure.
Yeah. So, Migs, you're the only, or Jesus.
Yeah. I also it gets my charisma modifier, so it's a 21.
Jesus. So yeah. God, what's your character? Nocturne. I went artist. So Nocturne, you do see probably about 15 years old. This looks to be Genasi, an elemental touched child has something in their hand, and you see them kind of dipping through the crowd, and ducking through the crowd, and then you see them toss a rock, and it hits one of the adherents directly in his exposed head. You see a little, not a whole lot of blood spray, but a little bit of blood spray as he recoils from it, and the rest of uh, the adherents around him all put their helmets on. One of them kind of stops and looks over, and you see his hands start to glow this yellowish white color over the guy's head. But the other three put their helmets on and immediately start like looking through the crowd. They kind of start pushing their way through the crowd, you know, shouts of "Who threw that?" are going out. And you watch as one of the adherents kind of he's trying to get through, and one of the people just kind of like waves him off, like, "No, I'm walking here," and he kind of shoves him out of the way a little bit. The citizen immediately shoves the adherent back, and you watch as two other people start like just tackle this one adherent, and you watch as they start punching down at the armor. It's not doing really anything, and you watch as their knuckles are getting bloodied, but they don't seem too eager to stop. They seem angry enough that they don't care that they're really not doing anything to this guy. You watch as the other two abandon their search for the rock thrower and then immediately go over. One of them gives a forward kick, basically a Sparta kick to one of these guys that's on his buddy, right in the side of the head. Just stomps him on the side of the head. And then the other one grabs the other guy on top of his buddy and legitimately picks him up by the back of the collar and by his trousers, picks him up, and then throws him on top of the other guy. And the initial guy who pushed the adherent, the two of them step in front of their fallen buddy and just, they don't have their hands on their weapons, but they're just body blocking, the aggressors, while their buddy kind of gets up and brushes himself off, brushes his cloak off. Yeah, tensions are a little high.
How far away from us was that?
Probably 60 feet.
And this is like off to the side of the main road by the
Yeah.
fountain or whatever, right? Yeah.
Yeah, this is in the main kind of thoroughfare, the main intersection of town, just off to the side.
For lack of better words, Katya will clutch her purse.
Oh my word.
Savagery.
But other than that, business as usual, this main square. You keep on keeping on, and before long, you do get to the Airveth Athenium. Are you going down to the third floor again, where you were, or would you like to go to a separate part of the library?
First I'm gonna wave hi. Would Katya know the name of the librarian, the main librarian?
Uh,
Considering she's good here.
she would. This is a different woman
Okay.
that's currently sitting there right now.
I mean, she spent a
Appears to
couple
be-
days here, so.
Yeah, yeah. So there's the older woman.
Mm-hmm.
This is the younger woman,
Mm-hmm.
whose name is Mika.
Also, Altran elf, I presume.
No.
Oh.
She actually appears to be human.
Ah. Okay, well, she'll walk up and approach and be like, Mika, good morning.
She goes, "Hello, Katya. I haven't seen you in a little bit. Everything been okay?"
No, unfortunately not. But we're here to peruse the shelves if this is okay with you. Of course, everything will stay within the library.
Of course. Take your time.
Much appreciated. I assume my work hasn't been disturbed on the third floor.
No. Shanna. Shanna's the older
Mm-hmm.
elf woman. Shanna has left everything as is. Actually, Torgir is down there right now.
Perfect, that's my next question. You read my mind. Much too kind. Thank you, Mika.
Of course.
And just head on down. And I'll send the cat ahead over to the desk.
Okay. You guys head down to the third floor. The cat does find your table, looking pretty much the same as when you left it yesterday, except that there is a dwarf that is now currently passed out on the table.
Lost against the vices.
The cat will sit on the table next to him and just kind of like paw at him.
It takes a minute. It takes a significant amount of pawing before he almost does part of a burpee up. Like his hands go up, slap down on the table, and then propel him up, and he goes, I'm awake. Oh. Hello.
Cat will frog blink at him while eventually will approach.
There you are. I was wondering where you'd gone.
We had a bit of a misadventure yesterday. Forgive me. These are my bodyguards? Companions? Not sure. We met yesterday on a job from Gideon. Everyone, this is Torgir. He's my traveling companion.
He waves. And he waves, and then he's kind of looked over all three of you at the same time, but you see his eyes get wide, and he shoots back to Absalom. He goes, "You're Malakostra."
Yes.
He springs up, runs across the table, and then jumps down in front of you.
Very quickly, in Absalom's head, you'll just hear, I'm sorry.
He goes, "You're incredible.
I eat lobsters.
You do." He kind of looks you over and he goes, "What are you doing this far inland?"
Seek knowledge.
You're in the right place for that. There's so much knowledge here. Kata, this is amazing.
It
and
is.
he runs back. This time runs around the table, and he picks up a tome, and he says, "Look, look, 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 look. The tide brought us in a guest." And he motions over to uh, Absalom and says, "See, everybody knows, everybody knows that the moon controls the tide. There's a second moon now, right? Didn't used to be there, now it's there. Now, second moon, 5 years later, little late. Again, changing tide, brings in Malakostra. This far inland, never happened before. You are, points back to Absalom, you are an amazing example of the fortitude and durability of your race, sir. You should be proud of yourself. You are fascinating. I haven't seen a Malakostra in so long.
Yes, that's because of uh, uh, the disaster that happened a few years back.
Yes, 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 yes. Oh, goodness. In the Arceus Archipelago. Yes, the Great Flood. Oh, yes. So, and he kind of sits down and like pats the table for you to sit as well. Um, you guys see this dwarven man, clean shaven, um, a little balding on top. Uh, he has these incredibly beady eyes that as soon as he sits down and as soon as he starts looking at the books, he pulls out these spectacles that are probably a 1/4 inch thick, and he puts them on, and his eyes get probably 5 times as big. Um, and he, he looks at you and he says, "That was a natural disaster of the greatest accord. Maruki, the main settlement, the unofficial capital of the Arceus archipelago, was almost wiped out. Several other islands where the locals were were heavily damaged. Um, one island almost ceased to exist afterwards, and that is incredibly interesting."
This natural disaster does not come too often, I presume.
No, no. I have yet to speak with anyone who witnessed the natural disaster, but I have spoken with traders that did visit Maruki trying to get supplies, trade, what have you, and saw that the town was in shambles.
I was young at the time, so I was there. Remember very little. Happened very quickly after all.
Interesting.
I just remember being young as a child, doing daily chores. Then the next waking moment, I woke up and stranded in the ocean.
Fascinating.
Yes. From there, I was picked up by a group of missionaries and rode on as one of their, as a mere passenger, and then later on joined aboard their crew. And that's basically all I remember. I have seen other Malacostrans. Typically, they tend to be coastal. Sometimes in cities at various cells, other times uh, in what seem to be stranded islands, but are in fact have small little cells of Malacostran people. And then most of the time, however, they're usually also sailing, joining as either guards for merchant crews or things like that.
Interesting. The last time I saw a Malacostra was off the coast of Umbra, one of the barrier islands. And you know what? I thought it was an Aldani for a second, but I was mistaken. I was mistaken. It was a Malacostra. I was very, very surprised and very, very excited. And now look at you. Look at you. Katya! Katya! I found something.
What did you find?
He moves aside a bunch of scrolls. Like, the desk, compared to the neat and nice order that you had it in, is an absolute mess. But he moves aside papers and scrolls and finds a book. And he says, "This." He turns it towards you. He taps
A
a
mage hand
passage.
A mage hand will appear and slowly begin to put back the books as he's talking to me.
He goes, "Your dreams.
Yes.
People have had them before.
I see. How similar are we talking?
Based on what you've told me, the same.
I had another one last night.
The exact same.
I had another dream last night.
He immediately pulls out a piece of paper, not breaking eye contact, pulls out a piece of paper and a quill.
The second moon is very close to me and very, very bright. And I felt something grab hold and restrain me. My arms, my legs, my waist, into my brainstem and pushing in my brain, popping my eyes out of my skull. Almost. There was a
He
pain that I
smiles.
could not imagine. You could not imagine.
He smiles a little bit, which is a weird choice. And then he taps the passage in the book. And you read an account from this passage. Is a cleric recording several dreams and a lot of them are dreams that you've had before. One of them is the dream that you just described.
I see.
And Torgir says, "Now, this is also what I found. You might want to sit down for this."
The mage hand will pull the chair. And I said,
He sits down, well, up in his case, and he folds his hands, leans on the table, and leans across the table to you. He goes, "That account is 5,000 years old."
Well, my next question was going to be, where can we find this cleric? But I suppose that answers that.
Dead.
Thank you. I would
He
certainly hope
says,
so.
"Now, why all these people were having these dreams 5,000 years ago, and I have yet to find if anybody's had these dreams since."
If I can pull knowledge from where I come from on these specific accounts, then I would.
Now, you do also notice
Mhm.
that he's excited, and
Oh,
he's
yeah, he
very
is.
easily excited. Um, there's one discrepancy between these dreams that are exactly as you described and that yours. There's one difference. Yours is the only one that includes a moon.
Mm-hmm.
The others just explain darkness.
I'll
Are we
look.
all hearing this? Sorry.
Yeah. This
Yeah, you
is
guys are all present for this.
what do you call it? I'm rereading whatever this is, and I will mention that there is no moon in this dream.
Torger goes, "Of course, yes. No moon?" He pulls the bowl back and he reads it. He goes, "How did I miss that?"
There was darkness
You do,
initially.
you do see that they are the same dreams. Just yours has a moon in them, and these ones don't. I mean, one of them happens to mention stars, but stars aren't moons.
What's
Question.
his? Yeah,
When did the second moon appear?
5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Around the same time, honestly, a little bit after the flood.
And does that mean? And when was this last occurred?
Approximately 5,000 years ago.
So most likely, perhaps the reason why there is moon now is simply because there is now one additional moon. Is a good guess.
Well, what happened 5,000 years ago?
Everybody roll a history check.
Sure.
Yay!
In my 4 days of studying here, 5 days.
14. Oh my god!
Jesus.
I had to do a lot of reading. I read a lot of useless shit.
W Gans?
Okay.
Oh, Gans knows.
Gans definitely knows. Surprisingly, Absalom, you know that you are about a little bit more than 1,100 years into the fourth age of this world. You know that the third age lasted about 4,000 years. Which means that more or less, Katya is the first person that you guys are aware of to have these dreams in 2 ages of the world. With a 20. Is it a nat 20?
No, it's dirty.
Okay, 18.
It's filthy.
With a 22.
You have proficiency in history? Yeah, go on.
I do.
Nerd.
You know that the second age of the world culminated in the sundering of Divina. And you know that Divina was a supercontinent in the middle of the 5 continents that exist today, where basically the vast majority of mortals lived before the sundering. And then the third age was kind of defined by how the survivors of the sundering rebuilt their civilizations on the 5 continents.
Yes. The fact that too many people want Davina back is a little scary.
And one of which, above table, one of which came over here and was very zealous about it.
A little too happy.
A little too happy.
Wait, what? What?
That's above table.
Who are you talking about?
Don't worry.
What am I missing here?
All will be revealed.
So basically, this dream happened in a pre-sundered world. Basically,
If not pre-sundered, then a little bit after post-sundering.
or if we really want to be weird about it, it could have happened during sundering, or a little bit before the sundering.
Well, the sundering happened approximately 6,000 years ago, no? According to this
Oh.
timeline.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no, then a little bit after that.
No, this time it's about 5.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
it was 5.
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause it could have happened a
Maybe
little
that's off.
before, a little during, which means that it could have been a premonition or an omen of some kind. However, it's also kind of hard to date when the sundering happened. It's not like these were, and it's not like these records were dated at a particular time. More like we kind of have more like there's a ballpark.
Would I would I know from traveling around and listening to people's tales, would I know anything of people having dreams that are kind of the same as Katya in the recent time?
Roll a history check to see if you can recall that. Okay, you don't recall anybody having. I mean, you recall people having dreams, but not like these.
Because like there's other people. Basically, I was like, oh, if there's multiple people having the same dreams, you want to like be wary of it because just like 5,000 years ago, you said there was multiple people having the same dreams, and yeah, okay,
Surely it can't be that I'm ushering a new age. It's far too much of an investment. But this is very concerning. Cold comfort that somebody a long time ago experienced something similar, but this is not good.
this cleric, was she of any kind of divine faith? Was Does she belong to any order, or I don't know how clerics do their worship, but what deity she served?
All I know was that clerics are rare.
Are clerics rare?
Not super rare.
Okay.
Usually you find clerics, um, mostly at temples. Uh, the odds of you running into one on the street are not slim, but also not great.
They're rare in Gradia.
That's true.
And they're also rare in what was it? Siltroth? The first campaign.
Dildoth, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty rare in there.
It's
Yeah,
Father
orcs are
Tree.
pretty rare. Hell yeah.
Father Tree. I miss
Father
Tree.
Dream.
Nah.
No, Father Tree.
Father Tree.
Oh,
A nature
boy.
preservative.
Daddy Tree.
So did the passage that that you guys were reading, did they say any description of the cleric, like what deity she was serving, or all it said was a cleric?
Also, Torier says, servant of Dyar.
Oh shit. uh Servant of Dire. Oh boy. Does Nocturne know what Dire is? What kind of god he is?
Yeah, pretty much everybody knows that Dyar is the god of the sun.
Boy.
Typical
Okay.
domains include light, life, farmers pray to him for a good harvest, that sort of thing.
What? Gotcha, if I may. I know this is quite all of a sudden, but if this is the closest thing you can find towards something like you, perhaps we should chase this lead, and maybe if there's like a temple or somewhere where servants of Dyar are near, we can look into it.
You think other people are chasing something like this? Enough to
I mean,
record them. After 5,000 years. Forgive me, but I don't think this is very likely.
no, but not so much that other people are. I am trying to say to assist you, because you are trying to find what caused the second moon, correct?
This would help, yes.
Second moon happened because of the flood, didn't it?
Well,
No, I think the flood happened because of the second one.
Oh,
you said you were born there, that you were a child there, forgive me, and that your memory was wiped.
not so much wiped as it's more like instant pass out.
Katya, you are hunting down this second moon in the beginning of it, to what I may not know yet. However, there
I just
has
want
to be some
answers.
sort of... Huh?
I just want answers. Why this is happening to me?
There has to be some correlation between these two.
What to? The flood and the moon? Of course. There's absolutely a correlation. But how? How did this moon come over here to the material plane?
And being that it is a moon, it has to be of some sort of supernatural, godlike power, perhaps.
It's possible.
Enough to possibly make a whole land extinct. And I don't know why I'm getting a British accent. It has to be something like that. So
Well,
I say,
I was told to go ultimately east, far east.
by whom?
By the dwarves in the United Halls of Brumarad. That is where I came from.
And-
They told me to go to the great Trajan Desert, and unfortunately I can't see the name of the town, the name of the big city, all the way east.
Fire Sepulchre.
Yes.
And Muhalek. Those are two of the bigger. Write that down in chat.
Yeah. I have been making my way east from
Make my way.
making my way downtown, east town, from the United Halls of Brumarad. I have made my way here. Ultimately, I would like to seek answers over there, as there's supposed to be. I was told a large society dedicated to the worship of the moon. The main one, the bright one, that is native to this plane. This is what I was told. However,
Let's get.
along the way, whatever knowledge I can seek, especially in a city where many different people, many different walks of life walk around, as harrowing as it is for so many people to be congregated in one spot, there is opportunity for information. And a library like this is a great boon to me. I will absorb what I can here as we make our very, well, as I, sorry, and possibly Torgir as well, make our very treacherous trek all the way east. Would have been not so hard, except for these raiding bandits that are going around, hindering us. Surely if I go alone, I will die.
Well, I am all for chasing down the, lack of a better term, incorporeal, the supernatural. So consider yourself, consider myself an ally to you.
Thank you. And perhaps they have answers to the great flood that destroyed Absalom society.
Be right back.
You got it. I'll be right back to you. I've been holding my piss in for a while. BRB. I'm back.
Welcome back.
Thanks.
I'm also back.
Welcome back.
Hi, back. I'm dead.
Jesus. Okay.
I think you wanted to say something, DM, and I forgot.
I did not.
Oh, okay.
I was just listening to you guys.
At least the
Well.
moon doesn't have a face.
That
What?
would be really disturbing.
That's all I can really think of, you know? I'm just like, could be worse. Could be that the second moon has a face on it, you know?
Why would the moon have a face?
I mean, why not?
Monstrous. What do you mean, why
To
not?
show that it is, in fact, not a moon, but a being.
A coffee bean? What kind of bean we're talking here?
Like a being, as in like an eldritch being.
Well, that's what I believe. That I believe that perhaps it's some kind of eldritch being that
What do you think it
I don't think
lives in
that
then?
flood was just. I don't think that flood was just a flood. A flood wouldn't tear apart a whole island and make people extinct like that. And for it to affect Katya, I don't know if you were there, but I'm assuming you weren't there to affect you in some way with the moon.
I only got
There has to
here.
be something.
I only got here about 6 or so months ago.
Are you not of this land?
No, I was not born here.
Where were you born?
I am from the Shadowfell.
I look at you very like, and I'm like, oh yeah.
No, she just says it very matter-of-factly. You hadn't noticed that I'm not a normal elf. You're a typical elf.
Yes, I feel some connection from the matron when you use some of your magic.
So she speaks to you.
I am of her, she is of me.
You are of her, she is of you. I see.
I didn't realize the Raven Queen was a firm believer in cranking.
And I just like, I tilt my head to the left. I'm like, no, she is not a firm believer of. No, she is who delivers souls and lives to the passing on down the
But you
river.
crank it so much.
Yes, that is, for lack of a better term, how I play this instrument. Yes.
Do not blame him. He cannot help but crank it every so often.
And you see for like the first time, he just like, he does the I forgot his name, but he's like, one does not simply crank it. He does like a just he
Boromir?
just looks at you, Bo. Yeah, Boromir. I'm like, one does not simply crank it like that. It is a fine instrument. It has to be handled with care. I am not cranking it. I am tuning it, moving the wheels inside this intricate instrument so that air can pass through it fully and hit a specific chord.
You always mention that you're gonna crank it.
Above table. It's not air, it's a wheel.
I know, I'm just going with the flow.
So, we are here, Torgir, to research more, and it seems like you've come across a good discovery, so thank you for this. However, we had a bit of a harrowing time last night. Well, yesterday evening. Apologies for not coming back straight here to sleep. I was getting quite tired, but we are being housed in the Moment's watering hole for the time being.
Word here says, "Oh, I love Moment."
Oh, you know him. Good. I might sleep here every so often. I might sleep over there every so often, depending. But having this rather traumatizing event yesterday, as we were being chased down by bands of orcs, I feel that I am ill-equipped for battle. My powers can only take me so far, so right now my top priority is survival. I would like to put my crafting hyperfixations to good use. But we have come across a little bit of gold. And I would like to go shopping at some point. Would you be okay for you to stay here and continue researching?
Of course, of course. If I had to recommend a place,
Please.
it's closer to the center of town. It's a little shop called Zerelda's Trading Post.
Zerelda's Trading Post. Ah, forgive me, I was in a rush. Mr. Nocturne, Mr. Absalom, have you any other research you require here?
Yes, in a way.
What is it you seek? I can help you find it.
Well, I seek more of the matron. Death, and how the soul passes on.
As for how the soul passes on, well, the soul from all planes of existence, after they are judged, well, before they go to the matron to be judged, they pass on through the river Styx, a long, near infinite river of souls in the Shadowfell. I myself have only seen it once. It is vast. It is incorporeal. And it is silent. But from my knowledge, they go to the Raven Queen, who judges each soul and sends them on to whatever afterlife or plane of existence onward. She holds the threads of many, many, many fates. And she watches over all.
I know. I know very well.
Good. Then I'm not sure what else you require here, but if need be, we can continue researching.
I fear I won't find my kind of information in the library, but more so out in the field.
What, do you want to be the one to ferry them firsthand?
More so. Ah, It's hard to describe. But time will tell.
Fair enough. So, what would you like to find here? If not here, then I suppose we'll go out onto the field.
You asking me or Absalom?
No, you. I mean, you wanted to research about the Raven Queen, but it sounds like we both know a decent amount, so.
Yeah, I wanted to help you with the
Okay.
with the moon stuff, you know?
Gotcha. Absalom, have you any answers you seek in the library?
Only ways to conquer the ever drowning. And maybe books on dragons.
Did you say fight some dragons?
And books on dragons.
Books on dragons. To my
Or
knowledge, that
more
should be a
so
different
rather-
floor.
Or more so rather, like dragon deities. Because there's Tiamat. Pretty spooky.
That's right. Torgir, did you know that the people over in Freeport, there is a band of desperate cultists dedicated to Tiamat?
Know of the cultists. I did not know that they had threatened Freeport. Wow, Freeport.
Yeah, they took it over.
Interesting. Do the Rangers know about this?
Yes. They know that Freeport is subjugated. However, it seems that the Rangers are having a manpower problem.
But that was the adherence to equilibrium.
Everyone's having a manpower problem. A lot of people are dying recently. Not to mention, there's also the war? Not quite war, but the military tensions in this land. So forces that should be able to be dispatched aren't being dispatched due to perhaps fears of a surprise attack from an enemy country or an enemy faction. I thought, at least.
Torgir, strange question. Do you know of Gideon, yes?
Yes, I've met him on several occasions. He's a nice fellow.
Indeed. Do you know of a way to contact him?
Not off the top of my head. He's always kind of just been around when you need him, not been around when you don't. Kind of one of those fellas.
Nobody knows how to get in contact with him. Okay, fair enough.
He's busy. Did you not see him? He was already talking to us. He was already packing things up.
Well, DM, we didn't see the cart that we brought back when we left, no?
You did not.
Okay.
You remember that it was out back.
Yeah.
Did you want to check out back to see if it was there?
I guess maybe on the way back. It's
Okay.
I forgot about that.
yeah. I am curious why so many bands of orcs are seeking to reclaim this cart and what is so important inside of it. But I need supplies. I almost died yesterday and I don't
Alright.
like that. I need supplies.
There's the trading port that was mentioned before.
Yes, please. If our business is concluded here, I know mine is.
Yes,
Oh, like-
I will. There's much time in this land. I will look for book on potentially the ever drowning later. It'll
Torgir,
take time.
have you heard anything about this ever drowning? Well, this is a colloquial term by our favorite Malacostrin here, but from what he describes, it is a sea in which even those that can breathe underwater can drown.
It seems familiar, but I do not recall the information off the top of my head. I will look, however, while I'm here.
Thank you.
I think this is in some way connected. If you are having dreams as well, this is most unsettling.
Yes, and typically it happens frequently whenever I was sailing around where the island was. Sometimes something speaks to me.
Universe, it sings to me.
Do you recall what it says?
It says I'm lost and looking for a path.
Got that, Torgir?
Lost and looking for. You can see as he's scribbling that down. And looking for a path. Okay. I will see what I can find for our new Malacoster friend.
Thank you.
Thank you.
He says, all right, good luck. Again, Zerelda's trading post. If I had to go, I would go there. Tell Zerelda that I did say hi.
I will do so. Thank you very much.
Of course.
And if everyone's ready, we'll head on out.
Okay. I would like a group investigation check.
Did we just roll investigation?
Groupies. Wow,
Nice.
Okay.
that's pretty funny.
Perfect. You guys, it doesn't take you long. Once you get back to that kind of center square, it doesn't take you long to determine where Zerelda's trading post is. It is towards the center of the city. And you guys ask around. hey, do you know where Zerelda's is? And you find it with relative ease. There is a fairly big sign near a building. It's kind of a wider squatter building. It's only one floor, but it's probably, if you put two or three of the nearby like homes and storefronts together, takes up a lot of real estate. Um, and as you walk in, it is incredibly wide in here. Think of
Oh,
like
Walmart.
I was thinking of like a Ross Dress for Less, or a Michaels, or a TJ Maxx, where you can see pretty much the whole store, um, or like a Goodwill, where you can look out and you see everything. Um, it's sizable, but for the size, you don't see a lot of people in here. In fact, close to the center of the store, you do see a desk that's walled off, basically a box of desks, and you see a couple of folks discussing something. You see a gnomish woman with crazy curly brown hair, um, like very, very tight curls, wild hair. Um, she has half moon spectacles, and even for a gnome, her nose is exceptionally prominent. Her pointed ears are small in comparison to her nose. Um, and she's got fairly normal for gnomes, but she's got these wire thin arms and legs, and these kind of larger than there's probably supposed to be hands and feet. Um, she very much kind of looks like a house elf from Harry Potter.
To
But she's
Lady
speaking
Dobby.
with a half, yeah, Lady Dobby, basically. Um, she's speaking with a halfling gentleman. As you guys enter, you hear a little bit of the conversation where Zerelda says, "Aberford, for the last time, I do not wish to sell. You've made a very good argument, and I appreciate your concern for the community. But I'm not selling. I've been here for quite some time. I've made my own business. I've got my regulars. I've got my customers. And I've got my product. I understand your desire to corner the market, as it were. But I'm not interested. I'm sorry. I'm really not. For the, what is it, 13th time that you've been in here? I'm not interested in selling." And this halfling gentleman says, "You're not interested now, yes. But I've been paying attention for a while, Zerelda. Your customers have been diminishing very rapidly. If it comes to the point where you cannot support yourself, my offer still stands. I will buy this property from you at a very, very, very good price." And she goes, "If that should be the case," and that's a big if, "but I do know that some of these other stores that have miraculously popped up and started beating my prices, I do know that more than a few of them are owned by you, Aberford. You will not strong arm me out of this establishment, out of this building that I built myself, and this business that I built myself. I do not mean to come across as very direct, and I do not mean to come across as rude, but, and I do not mean to come across as accusatory, but I'm calling it like I see it. And the halfling says, okay. When, not if, the time comes, my offer still stands. Madam, he's been facing away from you the entire time, but you see him pull out a top hat that he had in front of him, fixes it to his head. He's wearing these finer clothes. Very, he's got a green velvet jacket, and these very nice red trousers. From what you can see, very, very high polished boots that you could probably see yourself in. And he goes, Madam, I bid you adieu. Good day, Zerona. Because I just realized French doesn't exist in this room. And he turns around, starts walking towards the door, looks at all of you, says, enjoy Zerelda's trading posts. You all have a wonderful day. And he walks past you.
You as well.
Come on in. Come on in. Don't you mind him none. He's just a very entrepreneurial minded individual that's decided to make respite his how do you say, breeding ground of money making adventures. Come on in. What can I help you with today?
I admire someone sticking to their guns, as they say, in the face of someone monopolizing. Good evening, or good afternoon. My name is Katya, and my traveling companion Torgir bids his greetings, says hello.
Oh, Torgir! Oh, what a lovely, lovely man that is. He hasn't been by in quite some time. Is he in
Oh.
town?
He is. I'll send him in next time. He is on a bit of a research mission.
Sounds about right for Torgir.
Indeed. Usually I would be researching with him, but recent events had me shift priorities. I'm here to buy a few things.
What can I interest you in?
Well, first, I would like to purchase a set of smithing tools for myself.
Okay. We do in fact have that. Let me show you the place. And she hops down from the counter. And you see that Snow, if you had to guess, probably, if she was a human, she'd be in her mid to late 60s. So she's probably late 300s, early 400s. And she... And she
Daytime
kind of
napping.
shuffles past you all. Yeah. Yeah, that's why she doesn't have any customers. She shuffles past you and kind of leads you over to basically like the home and garden section, and you see all sorts of tools here. And some of them are individual, and some of them are in kits. She does point you to a couple of kits. She goes, Smith and equipment is right over here. I got 3 kits for you, and basically there are 3 levels of involvement. There's basically like the beginner set, which is 25 gold. There's the intermediate set, which is 40 gold. And then there is the master set, which is 75 gold. The beginner set, basically for smithing tools, it's basically hammer and tongs. The hammer is a ball peen hammer, so it has one flat side, one rounded side. There are a few other, like there's a very, very small kind of rinky-dink anvil. But all 3 are travel size, so you would be able to bring that anvil on the road with you, no matter what the kit. The intermediate set, you're getting a few more tools, a few pieces of raw material to start out with. And then the master set, you get even more materials, even more tools, and a significantly nicer anvil and hammer and tongs. So she's like, 25, 40, and 75.
I'll take a master set,
Whichever.
please. Thank you.
Master set. All right, big spender. Okay. We'll go ahead and shuffle this back on front. And all 3 sets are on display. She goes ahead and she waves one of her hands, and the master set, a disc comes out of the floor and then follows her back to the counter. She goes, "Is there anything else I can interest you in today?"
Yes. There's been some recent skirmishes, as it were, outside of Respite
I've
that
heard.
unfortunately
heard.
we'd had encountered yesterday. Something that would help any of us. Maybe something magical.
Something magical. Okay. Well, no offense to y'all, but the only one who really looks like he could take himself in a fight is the crustacean inclined individual in your party. No offense to the rest of you, but
Not taken. He
Sounds about right.
absolutely he saved us.
so
I do
that being
have something
said,
for him.
yeah, of course. What kind of weaponry do you typically tend to use, sir?
Who are they asking about?
You.
Basically, like what kind of weapons you prefer to use.
Pull out my iron.
Pull out the 9.
Pull out the Glocky.
Pull out the blicky.
She goes, "Oh, well, unfortunately, I don't have any of those here. That is
That's
very
fair.
interesting.
Do you have ammunition at least?
I don't. Those are not too common items. This is part of the world. I
Gunpowder?
have seen them before, but they're very, very few and far between. Very expensive. So it's a miracle, in my opinion, that you have one at all.
Helpful at sea.
Are you looking for something a little bit more close up?
Perhaps.
Okay. Well,
I pull out my scimitar. I have this.
okay. Progress. We're making progress. Let me let me get you over here real quick. And she escorts you to an area that does have a number of bladed weapons along it. She goes, we have some that are a little bit up there in price. I like to remain competitive, but what's your price range? Let me start out by asking you that.
I have 100 gold coins.
100 gold coins. Okay, good to know. Okay, so with 100 gold coins, would you prefer to keep an extra hand free in case your aforementioned blicky does come out, or
I raise up my claw arm. I'm just, I simply just raise up my claw arm and then see if that answers any questions.
that answers every question. So, one-handed. Let's see. You look like a strong boy. Let's see. And all right, we do have in your price range 75 gold. I do have a +1 scimitar and +1 longsword. It's up to you which one you want. Each of them is going to be about 80 gold.
Yeah, I'll do a +1 scimitar.
Alrighty.
What is it? 80?
80.
All right. I ain't gonna try to haggle. You see my charisma stat? That shit ain't going far.
Well, I should ask, might you have anything for defense as well?
Defense? We do have some defensive measures over here. Let me lead you to our defensive measure second, and then we should be good to go. And she kind of shuffles her way. She's just dragging you all over the store. Everything has a place, and everything's very kind of the knives. No matter, they're putting the hunting knives with the kitchen knives, like for sure.
I mean, it makes sense.
There's definitely a method to the aforementioned madness. But she brings you over to a section that includes armor and shields and the like. She goes, so I just got these in not too long ago. I only have 3 pair, but I do have these. And she pulls out a few bracers and she goes, they're bracers of defense. They will make you a little bit tougher when it comes to incoming blows. Now, because I don't get these too often, especially at this price point, they are going to be a little bit steep. In order for me to get mine out of it, I have to charge 120 gold per.
Damn.
I will consider it for myself.
I got a quick question for magic weapons. Does the +1 apply for both hit and damage?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Hold that to the side for myself. I'm very interested in this.
All right.
Or possibly, the Nocturne. What type of armor do you typically wear?
My clothes.
Okay. Are your clothes made of cloth or leather?
Leather.
Okay. Thank you. what's her name? Shit. Thank you, Notepad. Zeralda, my dear, please. Might you have something to adorn for the head, perhaps?
For the head,
Yes.
I do actually. You see, I got this here. I like to call it the thinking cap. It doesn't do anything, but it gets a chuckle.
It got the chuckle. It did this job.
I do have this as well. Now, this is a little bit more pricey because it does take a significant time for me to not only get a hold of these, but also keep a hold of them. And she holds out a helmet. And she says, now, judging by the looks of you, only one of you will actually really be able to take advantage of this. But this is basically, how do I put this to adventurers? If you run into a situation where you can't really see all that much and you really need to see, this will help you out. It is a helmet of true sight.
Bruh. That's wild.
And as the name would suggest, it does give you true sight. So she goes, now, that being said, again, pricey item. I do have to charge a pretty stout price for this. This would be 380 gold for me to hold this.
My chat says, it's just that shrimple. Secondly, my chat just went, I'd like to place an online order.
I was saying, imagine it's another helm of resistance.
Helmet of True Sight. That's not bad.
That's really crazy.
This one.
Unfortunately, that helm is out of our budget currently. Hate to
It's
say,
okay.
but we are very interested in this helm.
All right. It hasn't moved. Most people come in here and they want a love potion or they want a hunter destroyer armor or something goofy like that. But I can't promise I'll be able to hold on to it, but I can promise that if you come back and you have the right amount of money and it's still here, I can sell it to you.
This is greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Zerelda, we meet again. Greetings.
Do I know you?
Yes, you told me of theoretical Absalom and such and zero. You came to the moments.
Mr. Nocturne, sorry, above table. Your microphone is getting scratchy. I think the battery that is dying. Or something.
Battery?
I don't know. You were getting really, really scratchy when you were coming in from audio.
Oh, is it better now, or?
No, it's worse. I think it's your cable.
Probably. Better now?
No.
Oh my god.
As Nocturne is flickering in and out from the ethereal plane.
Better now?
No. It's worse.
Fuck.
If it's a double-sided 3.5 jack, just like swap it, I guess. Maybe. I don't know.
Is it better?
A little. Still choppy, but.
Boy. She was in my session 0. I was in the bar, and she was talking a moment about, that these people found this shell-like creature in the desert. If you
Was that
remember,
Zeralda? I don't know if that was Zeralda.
it has the same accent.
Well, so do a lot of people. That's racist.
It's
Oh,
not all
she was the
gnomes.
same. It was the same gnome. She
Oh.
was
Not,
short.
not
She was
beating
short.
here.
Brother. Okay. Greetings, Zeralda.
You can't take the Arctics out of them.
Oh my goodness.
We meet again for the first time.
We meet again for the first time. Batman, do you have any accessories or something that can assist someone of a magical sort?
Accessories like a clutch.
More like jewelry.
Jewelry. Okay, let's see. She takes you to yet another section of the store. You're beginning to see why she's losing customers. She brings you over. She goes, okay. Now, I got a few things over here right now. Some stuff in the back that I have yet to inventory and set out. But as of what I have ready for sale right now, I got this necklace. I'm selling it for $95. It's a necklace of water breathing. Now, it's not going to do you too much good here, because there's not a whole lot of water. I just realized I put up the wrong map on Roll20. Now I feel like kind of a goop. Because there is a lake in the Vale. Right next to Respite, which is how they get that water from the fountain, which I just realized.
I
See the map if
don't-
there is any.
Yeah, I didn't realize you put a map in Roll20. There's nothing.
Oh, really?
I think you have to put it in the map layer.
It
If
did,
you
I thought.
did. Oh, then you have to drag the party there. Probably. There we go.
Wow.
Huzzah!
That
And then you can
is
turn off the grid.
that is
as well.
that is exactly my other window.
Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. I like this. That's nice. Okay. I'll go, as much as I would love to breathe underwater, I think that may not assist me at the moment. Thank you. Do you have other stuffs? Other
I do.
accessories?
This here is a ring of mind shielding. What this will do, while you're reading while you're wearing this ring, nobody can read your thoughts. It protects your mind from anybody who is trying to get in there and stir some stuff up. So I do have this.
Got to side-eye Nocturne.
Now this one is $145.
Sadly, those who have peered into my mind hasn't quite came the same back yet. Any other accessories?
Let's see. And she starts zipping through her area. Oh, we got a ring of fire protection.
Handy.
We have that.
Literally. You said you have things in the back that you haven't put up yet. Is there? I tend to cast more spells and and hide. Is there
Casting
anything?
spells and hiding.
Yes.
I typically don't do this because it messes up my inventory, but let me pop into the back real quick and I'll see what I can see.
I appreciate you, Zoraba.
She disappears in the back, and you hear a significant amount of rummaging. Um, think I found it. I think I found it. She goes, I got this for you. Now, being as it is a fairly rare item, I have to sell it for a little bit more. Now, I like y'all. I can go down a little bit. Especially since these are more common the further east you go. But I do have an item. It's called a Cloak of Elven Kind. And she has this cloak that basically looks like a king-size blanket in her arms. And she goes, the best I can do on this, absolute best, otherwise I lose a lot of money, is $350.
Katya will nod and say, I greatly appreciate showing us what you have in the back. We will keep this in mind. The further in our adventures we will go. Unfortunately,
Yes.
it is a little bit above our pay grade. But this is good to have in mind. We will come
Glad I
back
could
for
be
this
of-
for sure.
Glad I could be of some help. I do appreciate folks of the adventuring mindset because they do make things a lot easier for the rest of us. So do come back. Please do come back, and we'll see what else we can get for you. Hopefully, I have a lot of the stuff in the back inventory by then, and maybe a little bit more product in store. You hear the door open, and she stops talking.
Slowly turn around.
You see a human man. Sort of swarthy looking. More ruddy skin, short, very, very, very thick black hair. And he's wearing full plate. But unlike the full plate that you saw Commander Urgog wearing earlier today, which is form-fitting and regal looking, this guy's plate makes him look like a space marine.
Nice.
And he walks in, takes a look at the three of you, takes a look at Zerelda. You see as he walks over you, his footsteps. And this guy's human, but he's probably standing at like 6'8". He's a huge, huge dude. and he walks over and he says, "The three of you have been requested at Madame Pradeep's offices in the northern part of the city."
And who might you be?
He looks over to you and says, "Please be there by sundown to join her for dinner." Turns around and walks out the door.
We don't know where it is.
He just said no. It's the building shape? Is it like a box?
No, he just said in the northern part of the city.
Yeah, Madame Pradeep's office in the northern part of the city.
As he's walking out, I try to shoot a message to him in his head, like, we don't know where it is.
You feel your message not make contact.
Ooh. For the Emperor!
Goodbye, Slanesh. Anyway.
Slitnesh.
He walks out, and Zerelda kind of like lets out. She was almost holding her breath, and she goes, "Don't see him in here too often."
The fuck was that?
That was Alden Brooker.
Brooker.
Let's type that out.
Let's see how bad my spelling is.
Same.
He's working for Supriya Pradeep right now, as for a while now, and she does give him, she does pay her people well.
And who is this Supriya Pradeep?
She sounds important.
Well, if we had a mayor, she'd be it.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, you've seen her before, Nocturne.
Okay. Okay. Go, I see. The person who walked into the bar was Beatrice, not Zerelda. Okay.
Told you.
Oh. Because I'm
I
looking at
don't
such
know.
a
You
zero.
sound the same.
uh,
That's my gnome. I don't know you.
Pocket gnome.
Is Supriya a Pacadon?
She is, in fact, yes. She's one of the few in the city. There are a fair amount, but out of all the folks that we do have in the city, Pacadons we tend to have less of, just because they typically tend to stick to more humid climates. Something about their skin.
I see. And
What's a Pacton again?
Elephant.
Elephant person.
Oh, the elephant people.
oh, what on earth?
Technically, I think D&D calls them Loxodon,
Yeah, lots of things.
but I like Pacadon because they're pachyderms.
They came
Do
from
you
Magic
have
the
any-
Gathering. Anyway.
Do you have any idea as to what she could be summoning us for?
I don't know. Apparently, it's you've piqued your interest at some point, but who's to say? Yeah, apparently you have dinner with her, which I would not turn down, and I would not be late to.
Katya
But-
breathes a heavy sigh of relief. Finally, some good food.
Yes, very
Um,
good. She is one of the wealthiest people in the city, which is why she can afford people like Mr. Brookert over there, um, who is. Keep in mind, if you do start any trouble at her establishment, he is the best swordsman in the Vale by far. So that I think would be a bad idea.
I would die for another taste of caviar again.
caviar. What's caviar?
You'll find
Fish
out.
eggs.
Caviar, foie gras, jamon iberico. Oh no, I miss this so much.
Putain de mer. I
French
speak
aren't
French
French
too.
don't exist in this land.
French do the French do not exist.
uh, I will have my raven follow this individual, um, the Alden Brookard.
Yeah,
It's gonna get shot.
follows
I
him
will have
for a little while, but he goes north in the city, north of where you are, um, in a general direction, and you follow him as much as your raven will go.
Okay.
Um, you do find a perch, and you can track him for a while, but um, he just exits your reach. He
Okay.
did stay in the north of the city, um, and thankfully you're just northeast of the city center, so it's not too far away.
Okay. Do I see any specific office or building that would stick out right so I can know where we're going to next?
You see a few larger buildings. The north of the city is the more kind of industrial size.
Okay.
You do see what look to be a couple of factories that are in there.
Okay.
So it could be in one of those. You're not totally sure, but it should be
Gotcha.
fairly easy to find if she's the unofficial mayor of the city.
Gotcha. Well, I'll have it come back to me. And I'll go, well, it appears we have a dinner. So, we
God,
must
I
not be
can't
late.
wait. Finally, some good fucking food. It's the first time you hear a curse.
Zarel, this is what I don't want to keep y'all. If you have a very important dinner coming up, you should definitely attend to that. Mistress or Madame Pradeep is a very very kind and patient woman. However, I would not test that patience, seeing especially how she's got people like Alden Brooker in her employment. So, uh, that being said, enjoy your dinner. Very jealous. And stop by whenever you would like. My doors are always open to you.
Well, we can finish making our purchases right now, and I just have.
Oh, that's right. You haven't paid for anything yet. Let's do that.
I'd hate to dine and dash, as they say. Uh, One more question before we go. Might you have any enchanted oils
Who
or
says that?
potions or something?
Uh, enchanted oils and potions? I do, actually. Let me. And she drags you to yet another part of the store. And she says, right here, we do have some not only parchment paper specifically designed for scroll work and magical purposes, but we also have enchanted ink and a very, very nice quill. Nothing magical about the quill, it's just very nice.
I see. I reach in my bag and I pull out a quill. That might or might not be nicer, I'm not sure. That
Uh, I,
depends on
I,
you.
do, I do believe it is nicer.
Yeah.
She goes, well, never mind about the quill.
I apologize, I'm so sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Each their own. Now, for the ink and the parchment paper, copy down all them their spells and such. I would part with it for 43 gold pieces. Normally our charge 50, but I'll give you a little bit of a discount since you're buying so much else.
Interesting, interesting. Now, above table. My character did come with a calligrapher's kit, so I'm not sure how much of uh, how much overlap there is between my stuff and what she's offering.
There's a little bit of overlap. Basically, because the ink that she's got is enchanted, so it can
Mhm.
you can copy down stuff into a spell book, or you can like write create a scroll, a magical
Okay.
scroll with that ink. Um, and the paper itself is just kind of just very nice paper. It's not anything super out of the ordinary, um, but it is nice. Uh,
Zeraldo, how much for just the ink?
just ink, honestly, just ink. I could do about 35.
35? I will take that.
All right, sounds good, sounds good. Let's get you all wrung out, and you guys go ahead. You get back up to the desk. Um, complete your transactions.
Now, for my own sanity, it was the braces of defense, ink, and what was the last thing? The smithing tools.
Yes.
And how much would that all go for? 75, 125, and 35?
Yes.
What are you doing with smithing tools?
Oh, I have ideas. I have ideas.
I got an herbalism kit.
Oh, this is good to know. If you decide to create any kind of herbs or alchemy, I can definitely help with this.
I make gunpowder.
Well, these tools will hopefully make special bullets for you.
It's a hard life. It's a hard life living in a pre factory world.
So 235.
Yeah, 235 total.
Yep.
And then the +1 scimitar was
80.
80. Thank you.
What do I do with my old scimitar? Can I have like a buyback program or something?
You can give it to me for raw materials. I can play around with it, do something with that.
Yeah, sure. Of course. I looted it off of a pirate way back when.
Do you have sentimental value with this?
Not really.
Fantastic. I have 161 left. Okay.
Aren't you loaded? I'm broke.
I was. Oh, I am so sorry, Zoralda. Do you have any mundane tools like rope, net, things like this?
A rope and net? Yeah, sure. How much rope
Grappling
you need?
hooks. Ooh, that's a good question. Let's say 100 feet.
100 feet of rope. That'll be 5 gold pieces.
Easy. Done.
And grappling hooks, I don't have any grappling hooks right now. But what was the other thing you mentioned?
Nets?
Nets. I do have a net. I do have nets at 2 gold apiece.
I'll take 5.
All right. Sounds good.
Okay. And I will put these into my D&D inventory as we carry on. Thank you so very, very much, Zoralda. Great. Do you have caltrops?
I do have caltrops. 1 gold for a bag of 50.
I'll take 2.
Sounds good.
Fantastic. And I will add these to my inventory. Sorry. Blah, 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 blah. Does shit say how much rope? I'll have to, like, write. Like, how long of rope? Whatever, 100 feet.
You possess rope?
Yes.
What? Alright. Oh. Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah.
I was like, why'd you get rope? I'm like, it's because I grapple people. Makes a lot of sense. Usually, I just have the pincer just to be there, and then in case if they last a little bit longer, just point blank shoot them. That's what it's there for.
Yeah, I guess if we're all done here, then we'll just carry on as I put things in my inventory.
All right. Are you guys heading straight towards Madame Pradeep's?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, we'll continue on.
So, you guys exit, and you head north into the city. Again, this is more of the industrial side of the city. There are more factories here. There are more warehouses. A lot of the import and export typically tends to come through here before going out into the city. But it's not very, very long before one of the larger factories that you have that in the city is has big letters on the side that says quality textiles. And then you also see in smaller print by it. Owned by Supriya Pradeep. You would estimate that this is probably where you need to go. As you enter that space, there is a front door to the factory that's kind of cordoned off from the main area. As you walk in those front doors, there is a receptionist behind the desk. A young woman appears to be half elven, and most of the half elves in these areas have a little bit of a sort of light brownish tinge to their skin because they are half Alchazan elf. She has she has dark brown hair, like a chestnut color, with shocks of this very kind of light tan color, similar to sand, very fine sand, running through her hair. She goes, "Hello. How can I help you all today?"
we have an appointment? We have an appointment, I believe.
With Mr. Pradeep. Okay. So you are all the ones that Mr. Alden went to go retrieve. Perfect. My name is Amelia. Let me go ahead. I'm going to be right back, and I'm going to make sure that everything's prepared for your arrival. Just give me 1 second, okay?
I nod.
Thank you very much.
A few moments pass by, and then she returns, and she says, all right, everything is waiting for you. Everything is set up. Please, if you could follow me. And she opens the door, and as she opens it, the hinges glow a little bit, just a faint blue, and it stays open. As the three of you enter, the hinges glow blue again, and the door closes. You pass down this long hallway. There are windows on your left that allow you to see inside the factory, and you see these huge looms that are going a mile a minute. You see a lot of workers. None of them look unhappy. Everybody looks focused on their job. Some of them are smiling. You see an area that look like silkworm farms, and they are being very, very, very well taken care of. There are probably 100 workers in there. It's a very large factory, but you see about 100 people if you had to guess. But you walk through this observation hallway, and then there is an area. You can tell this used to be a stairwell, purely because you can kind of see where the stairs were taken out. And there's just a large, flat, smooth, gray circle in the floor. And Amelia says, everybody, if you could stand on the elevator real quick, I'll go ahead, get everything started. We'll head up to Madame Pradeep's office.
Everyone's got elevators. The fuck happened?
Oh, what in
As you guys... Oh, go ahead.
I was saying, oh, what in a very vertical town.
Well, I meant to say that out of character.
Oh.
Because, like, we went from stairs, and all of a sudden we got a bunch of elevators now. What the fuck happened these 5 years?
I mean, she's a mayor.
And she's very,
Official
very...
mayor.
Yeah, but the mayor of Toulouse didn't have an elevator.
What's Toulouse?
I'm speaking of character.
Everything's in character.
What is a Toulouse? Is it Edinburgh?
You
Anyway.
guys stand on the circle, and the whole circle glows blue as you are lifted by arcane means up 3, 4, 5 stories to a door. As you do, there's a little walkway that extends only about a foot from the elevator itself to the door. She goes, please mind your feet. Her office is at the very end of the hall. Enjoy your stay. You guys exit onto the walkway, and then through the door into this hallway. And you see lining either side of the hallway. Once again, the left side of the hallway is windows, so you can see the factory below. And you,
If I were to look over, what kind of factory is this? Like, what are they manufacturing?
they're doing textiles.
Okay.
So different fabrics, pretty much all manner of fabric that you can think of. You see these giant looms that are about the size of a single family home, that are pumping out all sorts of different fabrics. The silkworms are there. You can see a bunch of raw materials, the whole shebang. But in order to see that where you guys are at now, you have to look through about 6 guards that are lining the hallway on that side and 6 on the other. All of these guards are wearing brigandine armor, which is basically leather armor with steel plates sewn into it. Every single one of them has a short sword and a dagger on them, because these are confined spaces. And every single one of them is looking at the 3 of you as you emerge. Down at the very end of the hall, you see standing in front of a very ornate wooden door with gold filigree, that seemingly depicts some sort of tropical forest temple on it. Blocking that is Alton Brooker, who you didn't see it before just because you were so taken aback by the pure size of him. But you see that he has a sword on his belt that, for his size, looks like a long sword, but for anybody else, this is almost a great sword. It's somewhere in between a great sword and a long sword.
You could say an extra long sword.
You could say an extra long sword.
Can I get that sword extra long, please?
Yeah. But he's standing at the very end, and as you guys approach, he says, "Metaperdi will see you now." And he turns around, puts his hand on the door. His hand, the outline of his hand glows in the door. You see that this hand currently is not gauntleted. He's got armor on, but he's taken off like the glove part of the gauntlet, so that his bare hand can be up against the door. The outline of his hand glows blue, like a kindergarten turkey, and then you see as the seams of the door start glowing blue, almost as if she's sealed in, and the only one someone can get into her to see her is if they pass this biometric scan. So the door opens inward, and you see a desk that is off to the side by a very, very large window. Most of the windows that you've seen are very much factory windows where they're segmented off. This is just one large piece of glass, so that she would have an unobscured view of her operations. the desk is perpendicular to that window, so that while doing work, while running meetings, you very, very quickly can just turn to the right a little bit and then see what's going on. It's a very informal desk. It's very, very normal, which is odd considering the very ornate door that you just walked through. However, when you look to the right, to the rest of the office, you do see a fairly long ovular table. Oval shaped. I think ovular means something else. But oval shaped table that's sitting in the middle of, not the head, but in the middle of, you see a packet-on woman. Her gray, tough skin is covered by these very, very fine silks of purple and gold. She stands up at about 8 feet tall. And Packetons are big, burly people. She's actually kind of slender for a Packeton. You don't really see her mouth because of her trunk, but she looks at you and she smiles with her eyes. And you see before her is a veritable feast. You see about 12 different dishes that are on this table. And she goes, "Hello to all of you. I am Supriya Pradeep. It is very nice to meet you. Please,
I give a deep bow, a deep curtsy, and immediately it's like, Madam Pradeep, it is an absolute privilege to meet someone of your station. Thank you for hosting us."
She smiles a little bit wider, to the point that you actually can't see her mouth underneath her trunk smile. And she goes, "Now that the formalities are out of the way, I would really appreciate it if, while we sit down and enjoy this very nice food, if you
Would
could
want nothing more.
please explain to me what the fuck is going on in my city." And that's where we'll leave it off for tonight.
I wanted to taste the caviar.
there is caviar, there is foie gras. There appears to be the D&D equivalent of Peking duck. Very, like, take the most expensive item from any restaurant you've ever been and then put it on the table, basically. It's an incredibly decadent feast. Which is basically playing host to her interrogation suits.
Mm-hmm.
But
Quick retroactive question. This factory workers, these factory workers, they're not in any way bound or chained, no?
you did not see any, no.
Okay.
Are they children?
No, you did not see a single person that looked childlike. A few of them were exceptionally elderly. Not like to the point that, hey, you should probably be home so you don't get hurt, but all shapes, all sizes, all ages, except for children.
Katya would have stared down the windows down to the workers as we as we passed, as we walked.
Yeah, again, everybody kind of just looked strangely happy to be there. But we will go ahead and we will continue this dinner
Yay.
next time we meet up.
Nice.
Yay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Thank you guys.
Can't wait to craft
I'm
me some
excited.
bullets.
Oh god.
Yeah, actually, the smithing tools would allow you to make bullets very easily.
And
We need to
possibly
find some gunpowder.
enchanted bullets.
Yep.
Enchanted bullets.
I'm just
Keep
saying,
in
man.
mind, one of Shake's goals, or not Shake. One of Hollow's goals for her or their epilogue was, I'm gonna make more guns and I'm just gonna start giving them to people.
Giving them. Amazing.
Because the whole reason why their adoptive father was in Gradia was because the Kingdom of Caravan beat him up because
Because they were trying to keep like a stronghold on like the guns in the armory.
on firearms technology, yeah.
Yeah.
And the fact that his adoptive child seemingly disappeared from the continent with one, they were like, yeah, we need to clamp down on this. This is proprietary technology. So, yeah, Hollow was like, fuck that, not proprietary anymore. Everybody's got one now.
Arm the masses.
Yeah,
Government
it's
can't
like
take
that,
away our guns.
the one line from Lord of War, like on the planet, 1 out of every 12 people is armed. So the question is, how do we arm the other 11?
Yeah.
That's Hollow's whole goal now. But I will let you guys go. Please enjoy the rest of your Sunday and the rest of the week, and we should be meeting up next Sunday around the same time, I think.
Yeah.
And continue on.
Can't wait to see more maps. Can't wait to fight more orcs. Or other things.
I wanted to bring back orcs because I love orcs. They're one of my favorite enemies in D&D, and I didn't have any orcs last campaign.
You
So
did not.
I wanted to bring them back and bring them back in style because you have the orcish raiders that you guys fought last time, but then you also have the orcs that are down in the Bravarog hegemony that are a little bit more peace oriented. So wanted things to be a little bit different. I wanted there to be kind of good orcs, or at least neutral orcs, somewhere from the get-go, because you guys had to do some stuff for there to be good orcs last go-round.
Yeah. Fuck, I forgot Sildov. That continent. That was quite the time.
Yep.
Omar and I had our fill for that. What was his name? Kershaw's?
I've heard.
Yeah.
Kershaw's, yeah.
Poor Mia.
Then
Yeah.
we threw him down the cliff.
And he lived.
And then he got skewered by a griffin. And then lived.
That's true. I made. I charmed the griffin to attack him instead.
It was actually a wyvern.
That was a
Wyvern, that's what
wyvern?
it was.
Okay.
How
It was
dare
something
you
flying.
mess up with monsters. But yeah, it was his wyvern mount that you turned him against him, and then just kind of tore him apart. And then his shaman buddy,
healed him up and regrew his arm and all that jazz.
That's right. The arm fell off. I remember now. And Shake kept
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, Shake kept it, and you guys were like, "Hey, he's dead. See, this is his arm." And then he came back, and everybody made surprise Pikachu face.
I love that because you were like, you know what? You're not supposed to fight him now, but let's see. Let's see where this goes.
Yeah, because that was one of those instances where it's like, "Oh, he's gonna kill them." Like, it's gonna be a TPK. And
Healing
it
word, save the
almost
day.
very nearly was, but yeah, I was like, you guys are not supposed to fight him anywhere soon to right now.
But Duncan
And
is
he did.
very proficient in pushing.
Duncan is incredibly proficient in the shove action.
Yeah. Yeah, he was. There was a lot less times that he needed to shove things towards the end of the campaign, but
Yeah, you can't really shove an adult black dragon.
can't really shove a lich. You just gotta float.
Oh, Ben, one more for my
Yes.
own sanity. What subclass of sorcerer was Arai?
Orai was oh crap, I forget what it's called.
Divine Soul?
No. Oh god, the Eldritch one.
The Eldritch one. Aberrant Mind?
Aberrant Mind, yeah.
Really?
He was Aberrant Mind. Yeah, so I think they briefly discussed it. Basically, his parents were scholars, and they basically wanted to know. They studied the astral plane, and they wanted to know what effects that would have if basically they conceived and brought to term their child in the astral plane.
Oh.
So he didn't use too many of those abilities.
Psionic sorceries? He did not.
No, but also you guys didn't spend too much time around him. But he did have that access.
Interesting.
Yeah, he did. He did have access to that. He did fly at one point, just out of nowhere.
That's true, he did.
Yeah, he did. Let me look. Aberrant Mind.
Yeah, it's a 14 feature. You just fly for free.
Yeah, he had resistance to psychic damage. He definitely did have that. He didn't ever do the warping implosion, though.
He did not.
Mostly because for the most part, he this is the issue when you think you're the good guy. He didn't really want to hurt too many people. He wanted to hurt. I mean, I say that as he assassinated the emperor, but he wanted to hurt as few people as possible to get his way.
Oh, but we were definitely in his way.
Especially towards the end, yeah.
Yeah.
But even then, he was still hoping, like, you guys are assets. Still holding out hope that maybe he can either sway you or dominate you into working for him. That's one of the reasons why he went to the retreated to the Skull of Krim after the Mithril City was lost to him. Is so he could basically buy for time and become a lich, and then B, so he could consolidate power and then hopefully find a way to basically get back everything he lost without. Because, I mean, he was fighting a whole rebellion. And people knew that his idea was not a good idea for the area, and people did not like him being in charge. Um, so he knew that he had to do one thing or the other to get there, and he figured, okay, I'll pop back, become a lich real quick, and then we'll go ahead and uh, go from there. We'll build everything up there. If anything, wait you guys out, because he didn't want to destroy his home. He wanted to, in his mind, better it. So he didn't necessarily pull punches, but he did have a tendency to not go full force against you guys or a lot of other people.
Yeah. Oh man, good times. Good villain.
Yeah, he was very much of the people of the opinion that, like, I don't need to destroy to get to what I want, but I do need to break people down and convince them to join me.
Oh boy.
Now, that being said, if you guys had at the penultimate, like, center of the campaign, if you had said, yeah, no, we'll go with you. We'll you've treated us well so far. Fuck what everybody else wants. Um, we'll go ahead and we'll join you, and we'll work for you. Continue to be relic hunters for you. Um, that's what the campaign really kind of would have been. Is you guys continue to find more and more powerful magical artifacts. You guys quelling rebellions. Probably would have resulted in the either death or exile of Warren and Alessia, and may or may not have had to fight Garan at some point.
Oh man. Garan the goat.
Garan the goat, yeah. Who his, if I'm not mistaken, he was an abjuration wizard.
That makes sense. He did have
Yeah,
an
he was.
invisible shield at one point. I remember that.
Yeah, he was very, very defensively minded. But yeah, you guys would have been doing a lot of that, and then because Orai was dying, pretty much the entire campaign he was dying. Um, at one point, he would have considered himself successful, and he would have just said, "Okay, my work is done. I trust everybody will do the right thing with this." And then he would have very likely died, potentially with some help. And then Fiona, his second in command, would have taken control, and then she would have been the big bad.
Fiona was the other sorcerer, yeah? The pyromancer?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, she was the pyromancer that you guys threw out of the tower. Um, threw out of the tower, and Shake kind of held her axe in the way, so her head got cut off.
Oh, that one. The one that you... I remember that fight because you accidentally put 2 concentration spells and you were like, you know what? She can do that, but her life expectancy is reduced.
Yeah, because he had done a lot of experimentation, a little bit
Yeah.
of blood magic, so that he could cast Meteor Swarm twice in a row. And that's ultimately kind of why he was dying, because it essentially kind of gave him cancer.
Yeah, he pushing himself too far.
Yeah, just doing way too much. So you can use some of your vitality, which essentially, like, if any one of you was a mage, and if you had started to learn that, you would have been sacrificing like death saves to do a lot of that. Death saves or hit points to be able to recoup those spells. Like, for example, 9th level Meteor Swarm. For him to cast that twice in a row, he, as a player character, he would have automatically failed 2 death saves. That sort of thing. I had a little bit of a mechanic for if anybody did go that route.
Yeah.
Um,
I've seen
yeah,
I've seen things online where people take points of exhaustion to recover a spell slot.
yeah, stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, you're a high risk, high reward sort of deal. But yeah, Fiona would have definitely consolidated her power. She would have gone full on like wizard or sorcerer Hitler, basically. She
So-
would have instead of Orai, who said, "I want a society where mages are on the top and not, restricted as we are right now." He wanted basically mage superiority, whereas she wanted just mages. So she would have started rounding people up who either she would have put it as a society where sorcerers are on top, wizards and warlocks are second-class citizens, and then everybody who's not magically gifted with arcane abilities, because there's divine abilities, but anybody who's not gifted with arcane would either basically be enslaved to be a workforce and potential experimentation subjects, or have been systematically exterminated.
Yeah, she was going
So she was,
she was going the what's his face Ace Arphadus route.
yeah, a little bit. She was very much of the kind, like, she wanted to consolidate her power. She believed what she believed in, and she was a rabid dog that where I was basically
Stringing
holding the leash to. Yeah. Because she was the second in command for a long time, and she was a high-ranking wizard or high-ranking sorcerer, but a lot of people didn't know exactly how maniacal and how evil she was, including Arai. So that would have been one of those things where it's like, yeah, she's been waiting for him to die so that she can enact her vision. So she would have consolidated power. You guys would have been like, oh, we've been on the wrong side the whole time. Or, at the very least, like, oh, this is not what we signed up for. And you guys would have ended up fighting her. She would have very likely become a lich just so that she could get a boost in power level. Just because, you guys did beat her at like level 16, level 17, something along those lines.
Yeah, it was pretty late.
But if Arai had died, she would have found the rights to lichdom significantly. Not sooner than he did, but she would have attempted them sooner than he did.
Yeah.
So basically, the way I had it planned out is that while he was on his deathbed, while he was dying, she was in the process of becoming a lich, so that she could have an eternal empire.
Shit's crazy. So many paths.
I had a similar.
Hello?
I
Hello?
did not foresee that at all.
You cut out for half of that sentence.
I did not foresee that you guys would have grabbed the body of the Emperor and then gone to resurrect him. I thought, oh, this is kind of a cool guy that I introduced, very kind of Sins of the Father-esque character. Genuinely means well. He'll make a good sacrifice just to kind of test the players.
Anything's possible when you got a handy haversack in your inventory.
That is true.
Sorry
Just
for
shove some ice in
ruining.
there and then hope.
Sorry for ruining your major plans 2 campaigns in a row, Ben.
I mean, it is what it is. I know that's
What was the
crazy.
second time?
What was the what?
when Marcos and Artix stole the Ragnarok.
Hi-
Oh, yeah.
Hijack that shit. Why did my barbarian roll a natural 20 on an intelligence check?
I was like, fuck.
So angry.
so
So
angry I got smarter.
I had so much planned. There was going to be a section because Satesh would have become a villain,
Mhm.
essentially. There was going to be a session where it was going to be an assault on Cerasis, or basically the Kurumas was going to be assaulting Cerasis, and Brul's forces were going to come in at the last second and save the city, and then
Make them look
kind
good.
of make them look good and use that city as kind of a base of operations. Because now that the Herzog was dead, it's like, okay, the people that were hunting us down like rats in the sewers in the Undercity are gone. So we're gonna go in and we're gonna take control. So there was a whole session that I had planned where it was gonna be Satesh, and then you guys were gonna make alternate characters that were like level like 12, something along those lines, that were gonna be Satesh's team, and you guys were going to fight into the city and then help take the city. And then every now and then we would cut away from the main characters doing their thing, and then go back to Satesh's team. So if you've ever played Final Fantasy VIII, how occasionally you go from Squall
To
to
Laguna.
Laguna's character,
Yeah.
that was how it was going to be.
Shit.
Is basically
Oh, I
Sorry.
ruined everything. I'm so sorry. That sounds amazing.
It still worked out. But yeah, it was going to be like every few sessions, every like 10 sessions, we would go back and have Satesh running some sort of mission for Brule. These like little one shots scattered through the rest of the campaign until eventually you guys would have fought those characters.
Well, shit.
Written and directed by Quentin Tarantino himself. I'm so sorry. I don't know it's going to be that amazing.
It's okay.
Oh,
It's okay. It's okay. It still worked out. And it kind of helped lay the groundwork for this campaign, because now you guys are living in a world where Brule did come over here and did really mess things up
yeah, he did.
for
The ecosystem.
all of Ultras. Yeah, like everything east of you guys was very much affected by that decision. You guys don't know how much yet,
Right.
but substantially, which is cool.
So
And I can't
interesting.
wait for us to get to that point, because that's
yeah.
actually now a huge subplot, if you guys go in that direction, of this campaign, is dealing with the repercussions of Brule doing what he did. So don't feel bad, because a lot of cool stuff came from that.
Yeah. Well, that and ideas are always recyclable.
Yeah, for sure.
And I have a wellspring of characters in my head that I would love to play.
Yes, So if push comes to shove, and I end up TPKing you guys, or if one of you guys betrays the others,
Oh, whoa.
you know, we could potentially do that idea. But yeah, I had that all set, I had that all set up.
Damn.
Because I'd used that little hiatus to plan out all of that. It's like, okay, they'll make these level 12 characters, and everything will be good to go.
Oh,
And then I'd like to hijack the ship, and it's like, oh,
Okay,
Okay.
this is what we're doing.
Marcos ran on pure instinct, man.
yeah, it was like, oh, my son's in danger. Okay, I guess we're going there. It's like, oh, cool. I guess we'll go to Kirdania in the future. Nope. And
We never did.
Never went back. I had a whole murder mystery planned out too.
Oh, no shit.
And
Oh yeah.
yeah, there was like,
Was it Joel? Joel? I forget his name. Joel. I don't remember.
Who?
The murder mystery?
I don't know who's gonna be murdered.
oh, Gem. Gem was a
Gem.
murder mystery early on. Because
Yes.
that was a mark for Satesh, and you guys were like, "Who killed him?" And Satesh is like, "No idea, dude. Let's move on." Um,
Yeah, I put Gem's ring in Gans's bag, and I was like, "Here, this is yours. Don't pull it out in Grodd. Do yourself a favor."
yeah, and yeah, there was
That
going
was
to be a
fun.
murder mystery. I entertained the possibility of one of the members of the Kirdanian Parliament being a polymorphed green dragon.
That's
Um,
cool.
Yeah, it was going to this whole thing, and it was going to be interesting. And then
I fucking ruined
meanwhile,
everything.
Satesh is brought back, and it would have been, Brule taking command of the White Spire of Ilvasir, the Silver Spire of Ilvasir, and searching for that artifact that you guys did find, which I can't remember for the life of me.
It was a
But allowed
necklace.
you, it allowed you to see into the past and everything. He would have been going through that, searching for Dolranoth, and meanwhile, Satesh would have been doing these missions. But you guys would have been in Kirdania, kind of figuring out what's going on. A lot more because the seat of Kirdania was a member of the collective, so you guys would have been probably meeting more members of the collective and working with them to basically shut down Brule, who was a rogue, who had been kicked out of the collective because he was a little bit too extreme. It would have been a very, very, very different campaign.
Wow. Yeah, it would have.
But just that one decision and that one role pivoted everything.
Ruined 6 months of your life.
I mean, I wouldn't say ruined.
It was like, who's counting?
Yeah. But still worked out in the end. Still very happy with that campaign and how everything went. And if that hadn't have happened, Artix's brother wouldn't have been involved.
It's true.
The entire reason why Artix's brother did come into play was because Artix was on that ship. And it's like, oh, cool. Well, we have this new character. That's pretty great.
I told you to leave so many times, dude.
It's fine. My brother's an angel now, so it's all good.
It's true.
That is
Gans is like, do you want to stay as an angel? Yeah, sure.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, man. I had the choice. Like, it was a concentration spell.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, it was like in the moment. I was like, I wasn't upset. I wasn't angry. I was like, oh, this is interesting. Let me pivot. So
Your improv skills are godlike, dude. Thank you.
There's something. But I will let you guys go. I will see you guys next week.
All right.
Again, have a great rest of your weekends and a great week ahead of you.
Thank you so much for telling awesome stories, Ben. It has been a privilege and it's
Yes.
been amazing.
Well, thank you guys for helping create those stories.
Yeah. Get to do another one. Yay.
Yeah. All right. Toodles, y'all.
GG's, y'all. Till next week. Or Sunday. Or Tuesday for some of y'all.
Oh, yeah. Toodles.
Later.
Toodles.
Well, stream. Thank you for joining. Thank you for watching. Thank you for listening to that hell of a monologue post-session. I'm going to be rating the future 4th player in our campaign. No, I can't. She can't be rated. Fine. Well, show her some love. Her name is the only Shino. I cannot rate her. Rate the only Shino. Aha, I can. She's still going, right? I think she's still going. Yeah, Twitch isn't bugging. Cool. That was really weird. All right. Anyway, tune in Tuesday for the other campaign. With my fairy mirror image gorilla. Have fun, y'all. Enjoy your Sunday. Bye, everyone. Love y'all.